Morning.
Meron. Dalawang to.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the items on first reading, titles of the bills and resolutions, as well as committee reports and communications. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill 9058, to further enhance the basic education system by providing for the inclusion of a subject on savings and investments in the secondary education curriculum. Representatives Garin Sharon and Kimbo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9059, to ensure gender-responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during COVID-19 and other public health concerns, emergencies, and disasters. Representatives Acosta Olba, Arenas, Legarda, Herrera D, Zubiri, Fortuna, among others.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 9060, granting a franchise to the Victoria's Telephone System Incorporated. Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchise.
House Bill 9062, establishing the Ilocos Norte Sports Institute and Research in Ilocos Norte. Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports.
House Bill 9063, mandating all barangays to create a registry of professionals and skilled workers. Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9064, providing for a national policy in preventing adolescent pregnancies. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports.
House Bill number 9065, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, mandating all national government agencies and departments. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 9066, declare October of every year as a National Dwarfism Awareness Month and October 25 as a National Dwarfism Awareness Day. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 9067, establishing early learning programs for indigent pre-kindergarten children. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9068, declaring March 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the island garden of city of Samal, Davao del Norte, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9069, declaring February 21 of every year as a special working holiday in Davao del Sur State College in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. Representative Cagas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9071, granting a franchise to Link Serve Telecommunications Network Incorporated. Representative Pineda.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchise.
House Bill 9076, banning the sale of mobile phones and other gadgets without inbox accessories such as chargers and headphones in the Philippines. Representative C. Alvarado.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9077, protecting the rights of buyers and penalizing acts of forceful and deceiving imposition of mandatory in-house financing by dealers. Representative C. Alvarado.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill numbers 9078, 9079, 9080, 9081, 9082, 9083, 9084, and 9085, establishing e-libraries in certain barangays in Cagayan de Oro City. Representative Rodriguez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9089, providing for 10,000 emergency cash aid for families affected by the severe economic downturn and series of calamities amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Representatives Brosas, Zarate, Gaite, Colyamat, Castrofrance, and Elago.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 9090, amending the Civil Code, Article 1723, on the liability of engineers, architects, or contractors arising from non-observance of plans and specifications or the use of materials of inferior quality. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Revisions of Laws.
House Bill 9091, amending the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 9092, amending Article 245 of the Penal Code entitled Abuse Against Chastity by renaming the felony to sexual harassment by public officers and adding another paragraph to be cited as paragraph 3 of the same article. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Revisions of Laws.
House Bill 9093, authorizing the DOH to carry out programs and grants regarding the prevention and management of asthma and related respiratory problems for low-income families and communities. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9094, providing for aviation noise management and reduction in residential areas. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9095, to ensure every pregnant woman's access to a skilled birth attendant at the time of childbirth and immediately thereafter. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9096, to improve the quality of beaches and coastal recreation water. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 9097, to require the health plans provide coverage for a minimum hospital stay for mastectomies, lumpectomies, and lymph node dissection for the treatment of breast cancer and coverage for secondary consultation. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9098, to require the PhilVox and the Pag-asa to establish the Natural Calamities Hazard Mitigation Program. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 9099, requiring government agencies and non-government agencies to register all offenders convicted of any act involving child abuse with the DOJ. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9100, to reduce and prevent childhood obesity by encouraging schools to develop and implement local school-based programs. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9101, to establish a grant program to provide comprehensive eye examination to children. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9102, criminalizing the failures of owners and lessors of residential commercial buildings to comply with national local fire safety laws. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9103, resecuring the Philippines borders to make more effective the prohibition against the entry of illegal drugs into the country. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 9104, to provide eating disorders awareness, prevention, and education among elementary, secondary, and college students, their parents and guardians. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9105, to include in the curricula of all public and private schools, colleges, and universities a comprehensive course on ethics and values formation. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9106, prohibiting discrimination in the payment of wages on account of sex. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9107, to protect children from foods that pose a significant choking hazard. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 9108, providing for free communication but prohibiting censorship in all forms of media that interferes with the rights of free speech, free press, and free expression. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 9109, mandating the use of ethanol as alternative transport fuel, establishing for the purpose the National Fuel Ethanol Program. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9110, imposing civil penalties on unreasonable price increases for crude oil, residual oil, fuel oil, or refined petroleum products. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9111, to mandate a comprehensive research for prevention, control, and medical management of hepatitis C virus infection. Representative Villafuerte.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 9112, amending the Penal Code, Articles 171 and 172, imposing stiffer penalties for the falsification of torrent certificate of title. Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9113 to provide assistance for startup costs of community programs to prevent residential lead-based poisoning in children, lead-based poisoning in children, Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 9114, establishing a welfare and social assistance program to families left behind by OFWs, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 9115, providing that all educational institutions shall hold mandatory consultation with students, parents, or guardians, alumni, teachers, and other non-teaching personnel associations before increasing or adding miscellaneous fees, other fees, and paid services, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 9116, amending Penal Code, Section 248, to define and penalize the crime of murder committed under extraordinary circumstances, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Revisions of Laws,
House Bill 9117, to prevent luxurious conditions in prisons, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 9118, amending the Penal Code, Article 310, to increase the penalties in certain instances of qualified theft, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Revisions of Laws,
House Bill 9119, amending the Civil Code of the Philippines, Article 1032, on unworthiness to succeed, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Revisions of Laws,
House Bill 9120, repealing the Local Government Code of 1991, Section 17B, Paragraph 1V, on the obligation of LGUs to maintain barangay roads, bridges, and water supply systems, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 9121, establishing the Office of Research on Women's Health, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 9122, providing for restrictions on garnishment of compensation due for personal services, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 9123, requiring the DNR to conduct a feasibility study for applying airport bubbles as a method of identifying, assessing, and reducing the adverse environmental impacts of the airport ground and flight operations and improving the overall quality of the environment, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 9124, to provide grant to LGUs for supervised visitation centers, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 9125, to improve the safety of non-motorized transportation, including pedestrian and bicycle safety in the vicinity of schools, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 9126, providing for the prevention and treatment of drug and alcohol-based abuse among high-risk youth, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports,
House Bill 9127, to empower the DepEd, CHED, and TESDA to require all the school heads to report all the incidents of student suicide in their respective schools, and to provide a program for student suicide early intervention and prevention, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 9128, to support business incubation in academic settings, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 9129, to establish therapeutic equivalence requirements for generic drugs, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 9130, to provide for uniform warnings on PPE for occupational use, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 9131, to provide training on violence prevention to professionals who work with children, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 9132, to establish a national program that will provide pregnant women with alternatives to abortion, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill 9133, requiring the DAR and DA to submit an annual report to Congress on statistics relating to the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses, including a review of existing policies and procedures, Representative Villafuerte.
to the Committee on Agrarian Reform, and the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 9134, expanding enterprise-based education and training by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 9135, expanding the coverage of Telecommuting Act and providing incentives for telecommuting employees, Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 9136, creating the position of Municipal General Services Officer in Municipal Government, Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 9137, amending the Public Telecommunications Policy Act of the Philippines by requiring public telecommunications entities and internet service providers to institute a refund mechanism for services outages and disruptions, by Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 9138, to provide youth suicide intervention and prevention, Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 9139, improving teacher quality through the establishment of a Teacher Education for Achievers program. Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Resolutions. House Resolutions 1669, directing the appropriate committee to investigate the Philippine Taekwondo Association and other entities involved in the alleged mistreatment acts against Taekwondo organizations. Representative Duterte, Yap Eric, Gatchalian, and Verga Farinas Rudy Cesar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1670, directing the Committee on Public Accounts to investigate the audit findings of the COA on the DepEd regarding various errors on its learning materials and modules for purposes of instituting reforms, review of policies, and assessment of the DepEd. Representative Singson.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1671, urging concerned agencies to ensure effective reforms and innovations in the health sector in the new normal and vis-a-vis the mandate of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. Representative Daza.
To the Committee on Health.
Messages from the Senate. Messages dated March 24, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed House Bill numbers 7488, 7332, 8860, 7615, 8553, and 7616 with amendments.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Communications. Letters from certain provincial governors, municipal and city mayors informing the House on their reports on fund utilization and status of programs, projects, activities, implementation relative to the Bayanihan Grant to cities, municipalities, and provinces for certain months of 2020 and 2021.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated March 16, 2021 of the BSP Deputy Director, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Service, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee reports. Report number 882 of the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and Appropriations on House Bill 9061. Report numbers 883 and 892 of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology and House Bill numbers 9070 and 9142. Report numbers 884 to 886 of the Committees on Health and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9072 to 9074. Report number 887 of the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Appropriations on House Bill 9075. Report numbers 888 and 889 of the Committees on Justice and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9086 and 9087. Report number 890 of the Committees on Justice, Appropriations, and Ways and Means on House Bill 9088. Report number 891 of the Committee on Natural Resources and Appropriations on House Bill number 9140. Report number 893 of the Committees on Science and Technology and Appropriations on House Bill number 9143. Report number 894 of the Committee on Labor and Employment on House Bill 9144.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration for approval on third reading of the following local bills: 8930, 8944, 8945, 8956, 8960, 8962, 8963, 8965, 8966, 8967, 8968, 8969, 8987, 8988, 8961, 9000, 9001, 9002, 9003, 9005, 8996, 8997, 8958, 9008, 9009, 8955, 8975, 8985, and 4950. Mr. Speaker, these are all local bills, and I move now that the Secretary General be directed to call the roll for nominal voting on all of these local bills I have mentioned. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General instructed to read the title of the said measures and to call the roll for nominal voting. Secretary General.
House Bill Number 8930, an act creating the Metropolitan Davao Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, and providing funds therefore. House Bill Number 8944, an act declaring the Municipality of Alaminos, Province of Laguna, an ecotourism zone, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8945, an act recognizing the Municipality of Baler in the Province of Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing, declaring it an ecotourism destination and providing for its development. House Bill Number 8956, an act declaring the Agusan Marsh, located in municipalities of Talacogon, San Francisco, Rosario, Bunawan, Loreto, La Paz, and Veruela, all in the province of Agusan del Sur, an ecotourism zone and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8960, an act declaring the Murciélagos Island, protected landscape and seascape, located in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, an ecotourism zone and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8962, an act declaring Pagayawan Falls, located in the municipality of Bacolod, province of Lanao del Norte, a tourist spot and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8963, an act declaring Mighty Cave Park, located in the municipality of Tagoloan, province of Lanao del Norte, an ecotourism zone and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8965, an act declaring Wawa Dam in the municipality of Rodriguez, province of Rizal, an ecotourism destination providing for its development and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8966, an act declaring the downstream Agno River in the municipalities of Urbis Tondo, Mangatarem, Aguilar, Bugalyon, and Lingayen, province of Pangasinan, an ecotourism zone and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8967, an act declaring Regina Rica in the municipality of Tanay, province of Rizal, an ecotourism destination and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8968, an act declaring the Kinalasag Group of Islands and the Lamit Group of Islands, all located in the municipality of Garchitorena, province of Camarines Sur, an ecotourism zone to be collectively known as the Sisiran Ecotourism Zone. House Bill Number 8969, an act declaring the Butawanan Island area, consisting of barangays Butawanan and San Ramon, and the Siruma South Coastal Area, consisting of barangays Vito, Kabugao, Sulpa, and Boboan, all located in the municipality of Siruma, province of Camarines Sur, as ecotourism zones to be collectively known as the Siruma Ecotourism Zone. House Bill Number 8987, an act declaring Narunon Falls, located in Barangay Oyao, municipality of Dupax del Norte, province of Nueva Vizcaya, an ecotourism site and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8988, an act declaring the immediate environs of the National Shrine of our Mother of Perpetual Help, popularly known as the Baclaran Church, located along Rojas Boulevard, Parañaque City, a heritage site and tourist destination, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8961, an act declaring the municipality of Dolores, province of Quezon, as a center of health and wellness and a tourist destination and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9000, an act declaring the city of Butuan a heritage tourism zone and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9001, an act declaring Cueva ng Hapon, located in Barangay Manlokbok, municipality of Aguilar, province of Pangasinan, an ecotourism destination and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9002, an act declaring Tinago Falls, located in the municipality of Linamon, province of Lanao del Norte, a tourist spot and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9003, an act declaring the Mindanao Civic Center Complex, located in the municipality of Tubod, province of Lanao del Norte, a sports tourism destination and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9005, an act declaring the province of Siquijor a responsible community-based cultural heritage and ecotourism zone. House Bill number 8996, an act establishing a national high school in Barangay Lacaron, Municipality of Malita, Province of Davao Occidental, to be known as Lacaron National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8997, an act establishing the Baybay City National High School for sports in Baybay City, Province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8958, an act declaring January 6 of every year a non-working holiday in Quezon City to be known as Tandang Sora Day in commemoration of the birth anniversary of Melchora Aquino. House Bill number 9008, an act declaring August 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Anini, province of Antique, to be known as Araw ng Anini in commemoration of its foundation day. House Bill number 9009, an act declaring November 4 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Quezon in commemoration of the life and service of revolutionary hero Apolinario de la Cruz, popularly known as Hermano Puli. House Bill number 8955, an act converting the Bai District Hospital in the municipality of Bai, province of Laguna, into a general hospital to be known as Laguna Regional Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8975, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Calapan Telephone System Incorporated, formerly known as the Calapan Telephone System Incorporated, under Republic Act number 8351, entitled An Act Granting the Calapan Telephone System Incorporated a franchise to construct, establish, install, maintain, and operate local exchange network in the province of Oriental Mindoro. House Bill number 8985, an act establishing the municipality of Leyte, province of Leyte, a campus of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines to be known as the PUP Leyte Campus and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 4950, an act reclassifying certain public lands within the strip of land of 5 kilometers from either side of the Aspiras Highway from the municipality of Agoo, province of La Union, to the municipality of Tuba, province of Benguet, covered by proclamation number 1754 as alienable and disposable lands.
Roll call of members for consideration and third reading of the aforementioned local bills. Honorable Representatives Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bulilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Culiantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goricheta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Yatchon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangu Dadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Núñez Malanyaon, Ominal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pachernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Remulia, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagar Baria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tambunting, Tan Alaisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tijada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Vilago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri. Second call, Abante, Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arroyo, Omentado, Magatsing, Banyas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cardema, Kari, Chato, Syunggalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Kuwangko, Kuwa, Quaresma, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, D. Faustino Ino, D. Ian, Ebcas, Enverga, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Vincent, Garin Sharon, Go Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Ataman, Jimenez, Konghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Liachon, Ligarda, Lopez, Malapitan, Manguda Datu, Marcoleta, Mariño, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Núñez Malanyaon, Ordanes, Ortega, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pachernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Revilla, Robes, Roman, Romualdo, Romulo, Sagar Baria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Silverio, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaisa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, Unavia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 179 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstentions, House Bill number 8975 is hereby approved on third and final reading. With 180 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8996, 8997, 8958, 9008, 9009, 8955, and 8985 are hereby approved on third and final reading. With 174 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 4950 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Likewise, with 177 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 abstentions, House Bill number 8930, 8944, 8945, 8956, 8960, 8962, 8963, 8965, 8966, 8967, 8968, 8969, 8987, 8988, 8961, 9000, 9001, 9002, 9003, and 9005 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Edgardo M. Chato from the 1st District of Bohol to avail of the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Edgar Chato is hereby recognized. We cannot hear you. Volume, please.
Mr. Speaker, am I now heard?
Oo nga, may palitson ba?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
Can you now
please
hear me?
proceed. Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues in the 18th Congress, good morning. On 8 March 2020, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed Proclamation number 922, placing the entire Philippines under state of public health emergency because of the COVID-19 threat that was then looming. On 12 March 2020, President Duterte announced the community quarantine of Metro Manila, which started at 12 midnight on the 15th of March 2020 up to the 14th of April. The said community quarantine covered 16 cities and 1 municipality. Under the community quarantine, traveling through land, domestic air, and domestic sea from Metro Manila was suspended, but with exceptions. For international travel, restrictions were imposed on those who came from countries with localized COVID-19 transmissions, except for citizens of the Philippines, including their foreign spouse and children, or holders of permanent resident visas and diplomatic visas. Mass transportation vehicles were allowed to operate, provided that persons riding these vehicles comply with the social distancing guidelines. Curfew was also put into place with the local government units of Metro Manila. On 16 March 2020, the government declared a Luzon-wide enhanced community quarantine in compliance with Proclamation number 929, declaration of a state of calamity for the whole Philippines due to COVID-19. Proclamation number 922 and Republic Act 11332, that is the law providing for the reporting of communicable diseases to the general public. Subsequently, community quarantines of varying degrees of leniency, such as general community quarantine and modified general community quarantine, were implemented. Now, a year later, COVID-19 has mutated into several variants that are deemed to be more potent than the original strain. Today, COVID-19 cases in our country are steadily rising and has now reached more than 7,000 cases per day. Instead of another ECQ, Metro Manila, Bulacan, Cavite, Laguna, and Rizal are placed on GCQ again with localized lockdowns. On 27 August 2020, during the Forest Policy e-Talks webinar entitled Impact of COVID-19 on Air Quality in Metro Manila of the Forestry Development Center, College of Forestry and Natural Resources that was held via Zoom, Dr. Willie Abasolo, Dean of CFNR, mentioned in his welcome remarks that the Philippines ranked 57 out of 98 in the world's most polluted countries before the COVID-19 pandemic. The most common indicator of air pollution is the particulates or particulate matter. This parameter is further subdivided in terms of sizes to PM10 and PM2.5. PM10 emissions are particulate matter that are 10 micrometers or less in diameter, such as dust, pollen, and molds. On the other hand, PM2.5 emissions are very fine particulate matter that are 2.5 micrometers or less in diameter, such as metals and combustion particles resulting from burning fuels and are fine enough to penetrate the lungs. On 22 March 2020, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources issued a statement saying that the 24-hour average level of PM10 in Las Piñas and Marikina went down to 31.67 and 27.21 micrograms per normal cubic meter, or micrograms NCM, from a high of 57.81 and 31.28 microgram per normal cubic meter, respectively. On 9 March 2020, the acceptable threshold level, by the way, is PM10. For PM10 is 60 microgram NCM. During the previously mentioned Forest Policy e-Talks webinar, Joel Michael Tugano and Engineer Paul Nathan Balyar, both from the Environmental Management Bureau of the DNR, presented a study supporting the claim that air pollution significantly decreased in Metro Manila during the implementation of the enhanced community quarantine. In the said study, the EMB gathered data and monitored the air quality levels in Metro Manila before and during the implementation of the CQ from March 17 to April 30. And based on the air quality index, the air quality of Metro Manila scored from good to fair during the ECQ. They attributed the cleaner air to be largely due to the reduction of human activities, suspension of public transportation, and decreased number of vehicles on major roads, since the said study also indicated that Metro Manila experienced an 86% reduction in vehicle volume during the ECQ. According to their findings, the lesser number of cars on the road led to an emission estimate of as low as 32,000 particulates, as compared to the usual 241,000 particulates that the National Capital Region reported in 2018. On a separate news item, the DNR attributed the PM10 reduction specifically to lessened utilization of machines that crush and grind, as well as low dust exposure from cemented and dirt roads, while PM 2.5 emissions were significantly decreased specifically due to low emissions from motor vehicles, fossil fuel power plants, and wood burnings, among others. To maintain the air quality even after the pandemic, Tugadon Balyar of the DNRE said that it is important to implement long-term policy changes since the levels of pollution will only revert back once their sources also begin producing the same amount of pollutants as before. They recommended that the data gathered from their observation be used to formulate new policies in the future, such as promotion of bike lanes, improving public transport, promoting carpooling, and work from home programs. They also suggested minimizing mall hours, implementing curfew with the help of local government units, and better urban planning in cities and regions to decrease crowd concentration and lessen transport demand in Metro Manila. Dr. Priscilla Dolo, director of FBC, said that the said findings only highlighted that human activities are indeed a major source of pollution. Greenpeace campaigner Rhea Jane Pescador Malyare said, air pollution doesn't have to be an inescapable reality. The ACQ gave Filipino citizens a glimpse of what cities can be like with healthy, clean air. It also showed us that air pollution can be solved without sacrificing people's access to mobility. Moving forward, if the government is willing to use the opportunities and lessons learned from the pandemic and amplify it through policies and infrastructure, activity mobility and micro mobility, as well as invest in efficient and safe mass transport, then a return to the massive pollution levels before COVID-19 can really be avoided. As epicenter of growth, cities need to provide an environment that puts in high premium the health and wellness of both people and planet. Solving air pollution, particularly from fossil fuels, is not only good for people's health, it is also a solution to the climate crisis. At the local level, addressing air pollution is a key aspect of making cities livable and sustainable. At the national level, it means addressing the climate crisis while helping build climate-resilient communities. Dr. Maylene Cayetano, an associate professor from the Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology, stated that if we wish to maintain good air quality to be the new normal, we have to make conscious choices in our activities pre-ECQ. She also called on all sectors to consider putting the issue and solutions to the air pollution problem in the higher agenda for a post-enhanced community quarantine new normal Philippines. Dr. Cayetano, who advocates clean air for all, called on the government to, number one, strengthen the long-term solutions that are being discussed. Two, increase transparency in the emission testing system, proper and rightful apprehension to emission testing violators. Three, set up more motor vehicle inspection systems. Four, ensure roadworthiness compliance to all vehicles, including armored vehicles, and nothing and nobody should be exempt actually. And most importantly, number five, think about protecting our hospital zones, which are located along major thoroughfares with trucks and pre-Euro vehicles fleeting along. For individuals, Dr. Cayetano recommends the following choices. 1. If you own a vehicle, avoid unnecessary idling. 2. Avoid burning solid waste in open spaces. 3. Avoid smoking in public places. 4. Be responsible for your own vehicle. Follow the periodic maintenance schedule and minimum protocols, and drive a road-worthy vehicle. 5. Inform as many people as you can about the disadvantages and benefits of clean air, because knowledge is power. And finally, number 6, learn more about the science of air pollution and how you can help prevent it by checking Air Today, Philippines, before you head out. Professor Jeffrey Schatz, the president of Sustainable Development Solutions Network, advocated for the electrification of transportation and a connection to clean energy power grid. During the recent parliamentary leadership for 2030 Agenda webinar series on climate leadership, preparing for COP's 26, held on March 22, 2021. The experts all agree that there must be changes or amplification in policies in order to make good air quality become the new normal. Most, if not all, experts advocated for greener and cleaner forms of transportation. Some of the suggestions of Dr. Cayetano were already embodied under the Clean Air Act and the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act, and should serve as a reminder to all of us. Clearly, fossil fuel emissions, whether from motor vehicles or fossil fuel-based power plants, were the main sources of air pollution in our cities. And in view of this humble representation would like to join the House of Representatives to promote the shift to electric vehicles, as well as the shift to alternative sources of electricity. For without the shift to alternative sources of energy or electricity, the shift to electric vehicles will just be in vain. Vehicles running on electricity connected to a clean energy power grid is a must. Let us do it halfway. Let us not rather do it halfway. During this Holy Week, as we reflect our Lord's ultimate sacrifice, let us also reflect on the way that we are aiding and abetting the degradation of the environment that He has given to all of us, stewards, especially in the quality of air. The Lord has really given us to breathe in order to live in this planet called Earth. Let us all be part of the solution and not part of its pollution. Thank you very much, and I hope that we will all stay safe during this period of Lent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Edgar Chato. Majority Leader. I think we have another one.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Ed Chato to the Committee on Rules for its proper disposition. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our Honorable and esteemed Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Lauren Legarda, Senator and Representative from the Lone District of Antique, was supposed to deliver a privileged speech this morning. She is overtaken by other important events, Mr. Speaker, and wishes to have her privileged speech entered into the records. She will submit it to the Committee on Rules. I move that her privileged speech be entered into the record. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on third reading, House Bill number 8783, and please direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General, you may have the floor. May you please read the title, and you're instructed to engage in nominal voting.
House Bill 8783, an act strengthening the private security industry, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 5487 entitled An Act to Regulate the Organization and Operation of Private Detective, Watchmen, or Security Guard Agencies as amended. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 87683. Honorable Representatives Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fedinil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liatchon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Oaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Zato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambuntig, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Biolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Subiri. Second call, in consideration of House Bill 8783, Abante, Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagassing, Banyas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Biasan, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Ko Wangko, Quaresma, Daza, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas Enverga, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez Flores, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya Hataman, Konghun Lacson, Noelia, Chon, Lopez, Malapitan, Manguda Datu, Marcolecta Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza Mercado, Nograles Suam, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Ordanes, Ortega, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Romualdo, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Silverio Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tan Eliza, Tan Sabir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirley, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan Onabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 188 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill 8783 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Ferdinand Gaite is recognized to explain his vote on House Bill 8783 via Zoom.
Salamat po, kagalang-galang na Speaker, at sa isang magandang umaga sa lahat nating mga kasamahang tinatawan sa Kongreso at lahat ng nanonood at nakikinig sa ating pagpupulong sa umagang ito. Sa pinapanukalang batas, partikular sa pangangalaga sa proteksyon ng ating mga security guards at iba pa, ay bumoboto ng yes ang tinatawag ito with reservations. Batay na rin sa batas na umiiral, ang Labor Code. Ang isang mahalagang usapin na inaalala ng tinatawang ito ay ang provision hinggil sa mga binabawas o salary deductions sa pinatanggap na nga na minimum wage ng ating mga security guards. Napakaliit na. Ngunit ang masakit yan, other than the mandatory deductions, including, of course, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, SSS, kung may union sila, at iba pa, binabawasan pa sila ng tinatawag na cash deposit. Sa Article 114 ng Labor Code, apparently sinasabing deposits for loss of damage, no employer shall require the worker to make deposits from which deductions shall be made for the reimbursement of loss of or damage of tools, materials, or equipment supplied by the employer except when employees engage in such trades. So ito ay pinahintulutan when the practice of making deductions or requiring deposits is a recognized one or is necessary or desirable as determined by the Secretary of Labor and Employment in appropriate rules and regulations. And as such, the Department of Labor and Employment issued Department Order 150-16 Series of 2016 na binabanggit nga po na ina-authorize ito. Sa liit ng sweldo ng ating mga security guard, sana po may ibang mekanismo para maprotektahan naman yung ating security guard. And I would have rather appreciated if wordings to the said bill would have been included para po mapangalagaan ang ating maliliit na security guard. So maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayo.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Gaite. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of third reading, House Bill number 8818, and please direct the Secretary General to read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is recognized.
House Bill number 8818, an act further strengthening the regulatory framework of the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation, amending for the purpose sections 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18, 22, 24, 26, and 28 of Republic Act number 3591 as amended, otherwise known as the PDIC Charter. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8818 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Goed, Gomark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D. Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Navan, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirasato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, sa Limbangon, Salo Sanchez Angcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill Number 8818 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arroyo, Omentado, Bagatsing, Banyas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cardema, Kari, Siunggalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizalde, Ko Wangko, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, D. Faustino Ino, D. Ian, Ebcas, Enverga, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gico, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Liachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangunadatu, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Ordanes, Ortega, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Romualdo, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Angcopan, Silverio, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 185 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill Number 8818 is hereby approved on third and final reading. We now recognize the Honorable Carlos Zarate to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. This representation votes no to House Bill Number 8818, or the bill amending the charter of the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation. The bill makes the PDIC to a mere attached agency of the BSP, yet, Mr. Speaker, it expands and indirectly amends the Bank Deposits Secrecy Law. Without the presentation of an evaluation report that would warrant a demotion, the proposed bill relegated PDIC as an attached agency to the BSP. On the mere determination of the BSP of unsafe, unsound, and unlawful banking practices, the BSP bestowed upon itself in the charter of the PDIC the power to examine and investigate bank deposits and records. This was an authority exclusive before to the PDIC, but now it is already with the BSP. While also relegating the PDIC to an agency of the BSP, it expands PDIC's authority to examine bank records that are used to be limited to cases due to capital deficiency. With the proposed amendment, the examination and investigation shall now include cases where the BSP finds fraud, unsafe, or unsound banking. Whenever the BSP deems it appropriate and necessary, such as when there is a finding of fraud or unsafe or unsound banking related to deposit taking, it will have the power to examine the records, books, and accounts and require information and reports from the depository institutions. Through the amendment of the PDIC Charter, the BSP also modified the purpose for which examination and investigation of bank records are made. In the current PDIC Charter, the purpose was to assess financial safety and soundness of banks and their adherence to banking and deposit insurance rules and regulations, and extend financial assistance to eligible distressed banks. But with the proposed amendment, the purpose is no longer to help distressed banks, but to prosecute banks for unsafe, unsound, and unlawful banking practices. The state policy of protecting bank depositors for the purpose of encouraging them to invest in banks and to help the economy is rendered nugatory by the proposed bill. If the bill becomes law, the confidential nature of bank deposits are apparently no longer effectual. Prohibited provisions for examination of bank records were deleted. This practically opens the floodgates to the examination or investigation of bank records by any person the BSP would authorize. The confidentiality of bank deposits is no longer essentially true, as this was also confirmed by the sponsor during interpellation. Bank deposits shall be included among the documents and records that are to be subject to examination and investigation. Finally, I hope this would not result in the downsizing of the employees of the PDIC. It would really be an upsetting situation if the demotion of a financially and administratively autonomous agency would result in the streamlining of human resources, considering that the employment rate at present has been increasing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Zarate. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on third reading, House Bill number 8943, and to direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is requested to read the title of House Bill 8943 and to proceed with the nominal voting.
House Bill 8943, an act requiring disaster-related information to be stated in accessible language to ensure public understanding thereof. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8943 on third reading. Honorable Representatives Abante Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta, Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Hinaro, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Abison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagasim, Balindong, Banyas, Ogales, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Piason, Billones, Peron, Bolivia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Busos, Kabatbat, Kabachan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Perdinil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste Chato, Chepeco, Chongalao, Co, Angelica, Co, Alizalde, Cuangco, Colientes, Casologa, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiama, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, de los Santos, de los Montalia, de Maporo Abdullah, de Maporo Khalid, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebca, Secleo, Elago, Enverga, Erisa, Erigal, Armita, Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Celia, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaita, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goricheta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Aresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloso, Xavier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Ligada, Lim Quaishong Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Manghawang, Mga Udadato, Marcoleta, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Navan, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanya, Nominal, Olivares Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pachernos, Paduano Palma, Pancho, Panotes Peña, Pichay Pimentel, Pineda Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Remulia Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, sa Kalauduran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salos, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Sabeliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Mihan, Sinsuwan, Swansing, Estrelita, Swansing, Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tambunting, Tan, Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sharni, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas Chutorti, Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco Veloso Vergara, Villaferte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill 8943 on third reading. Abante Abaya, Cosa Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Aragones, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagadsing, Banyas, Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Piason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cardema, Kari, Chungalaw ko, Angelica ko, Alisalde, Juanco, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebka, Sinverga, Erisa, Ermita, Buhayin, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin, Sharon, Casataya, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Guico, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Liachon, Lopez, Malapita, Mango Dadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañoon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pachernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Singson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David C. Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan, Unabia, Uy, Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill 8943 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 8974 and direct the Secretary General to please see the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you may proceed.
House Bill 8974, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Polaris Telecommunications Incorporated, presently known as Radius Telecoms Incorporated, under Republic Act number 8955, entitled An Act Granting the Polaris Telecommunications Incorporated the franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain telecommunication systems throughout the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8974 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abillanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunta, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cabagdad, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedinil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Coanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Iloso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita, Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas, Rias, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentibella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo, John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Janet, Garin, Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Ed, Go, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Lechon, Legarda, Limlin, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Daganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanyaon, Owaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Awano, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ravito, Sato, Remula, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Calaruan, Salceda, sa Limbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villaferte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Subiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill 8974 on third reading. Abante Abaya ako sa Alba Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagasin, Baños Nograles, Barbers, Barona, Barsaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cardema, Cari, Chungalaw ko, Angelica ko, Elizalde ko, Wangko, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Simaporo Abdullah, Nimaporo Khalid, Duavit Luhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Go, Ed Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guico, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Leachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanyaan, Ordanes, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, sa Garbaria, sa Calarun, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tan Eliza, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, Onabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaroa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 193 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 abstention, House Bill number 8974 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 8986, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr.
The
Speaker.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8986 and directed for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8986, an act renaming Terminals 1 and 2 of the Mactan Cebu International Airport after the brave and fearless chieftain Lapu-Lapu in commemoration of the quincentennial anniversary of the victory at Mactan. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill Number 8986 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Di Maporo Abdullah, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato Heron, Goed, Gomark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Fernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloso, Xavier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Angcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Saveliano, Xiao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call on House Bill Number 8986 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Bañas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Di Maporo Abdullah, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Conghun, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Yachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles 1, Olasco, Nunez Malañaon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 195 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 8986 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 8990. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is recognized.
House Bill 8990, an act establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8990 on third reading. Honorable Representatives Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abag, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosa, Acosa, Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aganaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Senaro, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Matong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balintong, Banyas, Nogales, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kapatyan, Cabredo, Kaagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Pardinil, Cayetano, Alan, Cayetano, Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co, Angelica, Co, Alisaldi, Cuangco, Colientes, Casologa, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagoog, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, de los Santos, de Loso Montalia, de Maporo Abdullah, de Maporo Khalid, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Ebcan, Sacleo, Elago, Enverga, Erisa Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Coscadero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Judis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fendebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Chan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gachalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Santro, Coricheta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Aresco, Ataman Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloso, Xavier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Ligada, Lim, Kaichong, Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Madba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Olasco, Nunez, Malañoon, Aminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano, Tison, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pajernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulia, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo Romulo, Roque, Sacdales, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salcedo, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savaliano, Shao, Silverio, Singson, Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing, Eserita, Swansing, Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Afonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferta, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap, Eric, Yap, Victor, Yu, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill 8990 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Cosa, Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bradsing, Banyas, Nogales, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Piason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chunggalao ko, Angelica ko, Elizalde Cuanco, Quaresma de Jesus, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Imaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Israelia, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Karin Sharon, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Aguya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Noel, Sean Lopez, Malapitan, mga Dudato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañon, Ordanes, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Pajernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Teves, Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan, Onabia, Uy, Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor.
With 195 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 0 abstention, House Bill 8990 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8736. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
House Bill 8736, an act establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8736 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Alba, Acosta, Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Agdipa, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Genaro, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedinil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste Chato, Chipeco Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Wangco Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuba Quaresma, Cueva Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael de los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Pentibela, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Ed, Go, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liatchon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natilbinad, Daganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Maladñao, Noaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirazato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salcedo, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos, Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Tedves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate Zubiri. Second call of members for House Bill 8736 on third reading. Abante Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Baños, Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chungalao, Ko Angelica, Ko Alizaldi, Ko Wangko, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, Dos Santos, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson Noel, Yatchon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tan Eliza, Tan Semir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan Onabia, Uy Juliet Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 189 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill 8736 is hereby approved on third and final reading. May we now recognize Honorable Arlene Brosas to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang panukalang rental subsidy para sa informal settler families ay hindi programa para tulungang makapanatili ang mga mahihirap sa kanilang tirahan. Sa aktwal, pampadulas ito para sa mas madaling maisagawa ang mga demolisyon ng mga komunidad at bigyang daan ang mga proyektong pang-infrastruktura ng Bill. As stated in the bill, the rental subsidy of 3,500 per month will only be provided to eligible beneficiaries until the date of completion of the permanent housing project. Nakasaad din na para maging eligible sa rental subsidy, hindi ka dapat bumalik sa pinanggalingan mong area. Ibig sabihin, panandalian ito at nakadisenyo para i-facilitate ang dislokasyon ng mga pamilya. Sa katunayan, ginagamit itong eskemang rental subsidy sa Tondo para silawin ang mga residente ng lump sum cash assistance kapalit ng pag-alis nila sa kanilang tirahan sa Bitas Katuparan Housing Project kahit wala pa itong batas. Malinaw din sa panukala na nakabalangkas ang programa para tulungan ang transisyon ng mga pamilya sa formal housing market na pinagtutubuan ng maraming developers. This measure is clearly gearing to primarily aid the formal housing market amid falling occupancy rates and low returns in the time of grave crisis and pandemic. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. For these reasons, we vote no to House Bill 8736.
Thank you, Honorable Brosas, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8817. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is recognized.
House Bill number 8817, an act providing protection for freelance workers. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8817 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Ometado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro, Fredenil, Alan, Cayetano, Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D. Hofer, Halosho, Xavier, Jimenez, Ko Eliza, Ko Wilton, Kunghun. Labad-labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Luzotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Owaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ortega, Ordanes, Owano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Angcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Shao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill Number 8817 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Omentado, Bagatsing, Bañas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cardema, Cari, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Coanco, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Gico, Guya, Hataman, Kunghun, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Leachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
with 195 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 8817 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized to explain her vote. Ma'am Arlene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, noong 2018, naitala na isa ang Pilipinas sa mga bansang may mataas na bilang ng mga freelance workers. 2% o 1.5 hanggang 2 million na populasyon ng ating bansa ay nasa industriya ng freelancing. Sa kasalukuyan, papataas ang bilang nito. Ngayong nasa gitna tayo ng matinding krisis, pandemya at kawalan ng trabaho, maghahanap ang ating mga manggagawa ng ibang mapagkakakitaan upang mabuhay. And one of the options of Filipino workers is to do freelance work. Sa ganitong industriya, hindi nakakailanganin ng mga manggagawa na lumabas ng kanilang tahanan, hawak nila ang oras ng kanilang trabaho at maaari silang pumili ng trabahong kanilang tatanggapin. Ngunit sa kabila nito, napaka-vulnerable ng ating freelancers sa mga paglabag sa kanilang karapatan. Nakakaranas sila ng hindi tamang pasahod o kadalasan pa nga ay hindi nila nakukuha ang bunga ng kanilang serbisyo. Ngayong paparami ang pumipili sa industriya ng freelancing upang kumita, dapat lamang na protektahan ang kanilang karapatan. This representation believes that House Bill 8817 seeks to uphold the rights and welfare of our freelance workers. It aims to provide protection to freelancers as it requires a written contract between the hiring party and the freelance workers. Night shift differential, hazard pay, and penalties for violations of workers' rights. For these reasons, this representation votes yes to House Bill 8817. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 8970. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is recognized. Please proceed.
House Bill 8970, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Meridian Telecoms Incorporated, presently known as Smart Broadband Incorporated under Republic Act number 8337, entitled An Act Granting the Meridian Telecoms Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, maintain, lease, and operate wire and or wireless telecommunication systems throughout the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8970 on third reading. Honorable Representatives Abante Abaya, Abelenosa, Abu, Abag, Saldivar, Abunda, Awa, Pacosa, Costa Alba, Adjong, Alvincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipa, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Sinara, Alvarez, Pantolian, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Sabison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Ogares, Barba, Barbes, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Bidiones, Biron, Bolivia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kapotyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedanil, Cayetano, Alan, Cayetano, Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chepeco, Chungalao, Co, Angelica, Co, Elizalde, Cuangco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Curesma, Cueva, Culiama, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso, Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebca, Secleo, Ilago, Inverga, Erice, Rigel, Ermita, Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Celia, Fariñas, Sia, Fariñas, Hudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebelia, Gaite, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Chan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Ed, Go, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Coricheta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Taman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hofer, Aloso, Xavier, Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasanin, Liachon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim, Kaichong, Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madroy, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natibed, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nogales, Jericho, Nogales, Juan, Olasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Omenal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Odison, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pachanos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulia, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieta, Romualdo Romulo, Roque, Sagdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Sauluk, Sabeliana, Shao, Silverio, Singson, Singson, Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Asalita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shirley, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Chego, Umali, Alfonso, Umali, Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Juliet, Uy, Rolando, Valeriano, Mayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferra, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap, Eric, Yap, Victor, Yu, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikurat, Sarate, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill 8970 on third reading. Abante Abaya, Costa Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong Arroyo, Aumentado, Bugasing, Banyas, Nogales, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernas, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chongalaw, Angelica, Elizalde, Cuangco, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Imaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, D.E.N. Ebcas, Elisa, Ermita Buhay, Estrella, Fariñas, Sudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garvin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Noel, Leachon, Lopez, Malapitpan, Manguda Datu, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan Olasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pajanos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, si Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tan Eliza, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirley, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy, Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor.
With 194 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 abstentions, House Bill number 8970 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 8971. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
House Bill 8971, an act granting ISMO Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain telecommunication systems in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8971 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Villanosa, Abu, Abueg, Saldivar, Abunta, Acop, Acosta, Acosta, Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Genaro, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Kanama, Kawagdan, Cardeva, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fedenil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw ko, Angelica ko, Elizalde ko, Wangko, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Cuaresna, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael de los Santos, de Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita, Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas, Ria, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentibella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Ed, Go, Mark, Gonzago, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D. Hofer, Helosos, Javier Jimenez, Ko, Elisa, Ko, Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legara, Limlim, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawan, Magudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad de Gaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Núñez, Malañaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padiernos, Baduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramiro Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, sa Limbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos, Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillanos, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson, Mihan, Sinsuat, Sonsing, Estrelita, Sonsing, Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano Balmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferre, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill 8971 on third reading. Abante Abaya Costa Alba Agaraw Aguinaldo Alvarez Pantaleon Amatong Arroyo Aumentado Bagatsing Baños Nograles Barbers Baronda Barsaga Bernos Biazon Biron Bulot Bustos Cardema Cari Chungalaw Ko Angelica Ko Elizaldi Ko Wangko Quaresma De Jesus Defensor Michael De Los Santos Dimaporo Abdullah Dimaporo Khalid Duavit Duhali Di Faustino Ino Di Ian Ebcas Erice Ermite Bohain Estrella, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Liachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes Roman, sa Garbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Eliza, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 194 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 abstentions, House Bill number 8971 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 8972. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
House Bill number 8972, an act granting FICTAP Telecommunications Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain telecommunication services within the Philippines and with international points. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8972 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Gabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Coanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Di Maporo Abdullah, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Goed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halosos, Javier Jimenez, Coelisa, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lezatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Angcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Joset, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chotorti Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration of House Bill Number 8972 on third reading, Abante, Abaya, Acosta Alba, Agarao, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Banyas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Wangco, Quaresma, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Conghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Liachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Ordanes, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Singson, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Jose, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 197 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 abstention, House Bill 8972 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 8973, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
House Bill 8973, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Nation Broadcasting Corporation of the Philippines under Republic Act Number 8623, entitled An Act Granting the Nation Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8973 on third reading. Honorable Representatives Abante Avaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjang Alvincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alota, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Sinara, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Matong, Angara, Aragones, Abrison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Caso France, Caso Padanil, Cayetano, Alan, Cayetano, Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co, Angelica, Co, Elizalde, Coangco, Coliandas, Casolico, Cuwa, Curesma, Cueva, Culiama, Dagoc, Delipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso, Montalia, Di Maporo, Abdullah, Di Maporo, Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael, D. Ian, Epca, Secleo, Elago, Enverga, Erisa, Erigel, Ermita, Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas, Sia, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernanda, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fendebelia, Gaita, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Pablo Chan Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Ed, Go, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goricheta, Guico, Gulias, Cuya, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hoffer, Aloso, Xavier, Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Kuanghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Ligarda, Lim, Kaichong, Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrono, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manguda Datong, Marcoleta, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nogales, Jericho, Nogales, Juan, Olasco, Nunez, Malañao, Nominal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Pachernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotas, Peña, Pichay, Pimental, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbango, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan, T. Chego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferta, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap, Eric, Yap, Victor, Yu, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikurat, Sarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill 8973 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Costa Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Banyas, Nogales, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Piason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chungalao, Co, Angelica, Co, Elizalde, Coangco, De Jesus, Defensor Michael, Del Santos, Di Maporo, Abdullah, Di Maporo, Cali, Duabit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Irise, Arbita, Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin, Sharon, Go, Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Kuya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Noel, Leachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Olasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Ordanes, Pachernos, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Salcedo, Sanchez, Simpson, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tan Alaisa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Torres Gomez, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy, Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor.
With 199 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 abstentions, House Bill 8973 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 8976. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is recognized. Please proceed.
House Bill 8976, an act granting FICTAP Radio Broadcasting Network Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting and cable television stations throughout the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8976 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bulilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Freddy Neal, Cayetano Alan, Cayetana Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co, Angelica, Co, Elizaldi, Co, Juanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Vedesha, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Eloso Montalia, Di Maporo, Abdullah, Di Maporo, Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco Fentibella, Gaite Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gullas, Guya Haresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera D. Hofer, Halosos, Javier Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Lechon, Legarda, Limlim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Daganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanyaan, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salcedo, sa Limbang, Gonzalo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Rector, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Sunsing Estrelita, Sunsing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call for House Bill 8976 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Costa Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Banyas, Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Viazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Carik, Sungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, De Jesus, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Di Maporo Abdullah, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Liachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanyaan, Ordanes, Pardiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tan Eliza, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, T. Alan, Onabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Duel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor.
With 199 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 abstentions, House Bill 8976 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration on third reading House Bill 8977, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, you're recognized.
House Bill number 8977, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to GV Broadcasting System Incorporated, presently known as Signal TV Incorporated, under Republic Act number 8169 as amended by Republic Act number 8591, entitled An Act Amending Republic Act number 8169, entitled An Act Granting GV Broadcasting System a franchise to construct, install, maintain, and operate for commercial purposes radio broadcasting stations in the island of Luzon and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8977. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagok, Dalipie, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Di Maporo Abdullah, Di Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Goed, Gomark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Owaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Odizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Angcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill Number 8977 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Costa Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagatsing, Bañas Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bernos, Biazon, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco de Jesus, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Kali, Duabit, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Estrella, Farinas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Goed, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Leachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan, Olasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Ordanes, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 199 members voting in the affirmative, 0 negative, 2 abstention, House Bill 8977 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill Number 8992. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill 8992, an act promoting the use of digital payments for financial transactions of the government and all merchants. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8992 for third reading. Honorable Representatives Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Alba, Adjong, Alvincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonta, Alvarez, France, Alvarez, Senaro, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nogales, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Piason, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Pulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabachan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Caso France, Caso Fadenil, Cayetano, Alan, Cayetano, Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Coliantes, Casologo, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiama, Tagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, De Loso, Montalia, Di Maporo, Abdullah, Di Maporo, Khalid, Duavit, Duali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino, Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita, Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Celia, Fariñas Sia, Fariñas Hudis, Fernandez, Fernando Ferrer, Juliet Ferrer, Luis Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Pentebelia, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Chan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gataya, Gatchalian Gato, Heron, Go, Edgo, Mark Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goricheta, Guico, Gulias, Cuya, Harasco, Hataman, Hernandez Herrera, D. Hofer, Heloso, Xavier Jimenez, Co. Elisa, Co. Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Yachon, Legarda, Lim, Kaychong, Lopez, Loyola, Losota, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawa, mga Udadato, Marcoleta, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañao, Nominal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Tison, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Pachernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimental, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez, Sato, Remulia, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Calaruan, Salceda, sa Limbangon, Salos, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellanos, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirley, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutorti, Alan, T. Diego, Umali, Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap, Eric, Yap, Victorio, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikurat, Sarade, Zubiri. Second call of members for consideration of House Bill 8992 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Costa Alba, Agaraw, Aguinaldo, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong Arroyo, Aumentado, Bagansing, Banyas, Nograles, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Bernos, Biason, Biron, Bulot, Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chongalaco, Angelica, Elizalde, Cuanco, Jesus, Defensor Michael de los Santos, Imaporo, Abdullah, Imaporo, Khalid, Duwabit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita, Buhayan, Estrella, Farinas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Flores, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Guya, Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Liachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Manguda, Dato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Olasco, Nunez, Malañaon, Ordanes, Pachernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David C. Alvarado, Taduran, Taliado, Tan Alaysa, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirley, Tejada, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Velosa, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Yap, Victor.
With 201 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 8992 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 8999, an act instituting the Medical Reserve Corps and appropriating funds thereof. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill 8999, an act instituting the Medical Reserve Corps and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 8999 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Abredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dago, Ocdalipe, Dalog, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, de los Santos, de los Montalia, de Maporo Abdullah, de Maporo Khalid, Duwabit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayin, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Rias, Fariñas Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hofer, Halos Hos, Javier Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlim, Kaychong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, mga Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Daganyo, Nava Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez, Malañao, Nuaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho Panotes Peña, Pichay Pimentel, Pineda Plaza, Puno, Kimbo Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Remulla, Revilla Reyes, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluruan, Salceda, sa Limbangon, Salo Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sabeliano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Saleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Victoria, Unabia, Ugab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri. Second call for House Bill 8999 on third reading. Abante Abaya Acosta Alba Agaraw Aguinaldo Alvarez Pantaleon Namatong Arroyo, Aumentado Bagatsing Baños Nograles Barbers Baronda Barsaga Bernos Biazon Biron Bulot Bustos, Cardema, Cari, Chungalaw ko, Angelica ko, Alisali ko, Wangko, De Jesus, Defensor, Michael de los Santos, Dimaporo, Abdullah, Dimaporo, Khalid, Duwabit, Duhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Ian, Ebcas, Erice, Ermita, Buain, Australia, Farinas, Rudis, Fernandez, Fernando Flores, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garin Sharon, Go Ed Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Guya Hataman, Konghun, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Liachon, Lopez, Malapitan, Manghudadato, Marcoleta, Marino, Marquez, Matba, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan, Nolasco, Núñez, Malañan, Ordanes, Padiernos, Panotes, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Robes, Roman, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Sanchez, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Eliza, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, T. Alan, Unabia, Uy Juliet, Vargas, Veloso, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Victor.
With 195 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 8999 is approved on third and final reading.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Carlos Zarate to explain his vote?
The Honorable Zarate is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bumuboto ng no ang kinatawang ito sa House Bill number 8999 or an act instituting the Medical Reserve Corps and appropriating funds therefore. Habang kaisa ang kinatawan na ito, Ginoong Speaker, sa pagpapalakas ng pagtugon ng pamahalaan tuwing may sakuna at kalamidad at pandemya, naninindigan ang kinatawan na ito na hindi matutugunan ang problemang pangkalusugan sa pamamagitan lamang ng pagbubuo ng bagong militarisado ekstruktura sa loob ng Department of Health. Ngayong nasa gitna tayo ng pandemya ng COVID-19, lantad na lantad ang kakulangan ng ospital, mga doktor, nurse, mga PPE, gamot at marami pang iba. Sa pagtatayo ng Medical Reserve Corps, inililihis nito ang limitadong health workers, pondo at rekurso na sana ay magagamit natin para mapalakas ang healthcare system ng Pilipinas, lalong-lalo na ang public healthcare system. Kailangan nating palakasin ang mga nakatayo ng mga sibilyang mga estruktura tulad ng Health Human Resource Development Bureau at Health Emergency Management Bureau ng Department of Health na silang nagsasanay at nagre-recruit ng mga bagong health professionals at nagbibigay ng serbisyong medikal tuwing may kalamidad at health emergency. Ngunit sa halip na palakasin ang mga ito sa pamamagitan ng paglalaan ng mas malaking pondo, ay naglilikha tayo ng bagong militarisadong struktura sa Department of Health. Malinaw rin sa panukalang batas na ito, Ginoong Speaker, ang planong pag-deploy ng mga retiradong mga doktor, medical health professionals, medical students, at iba pang licensed allied health professionals tuwing may gera at lawless violence. Naninindigan ang kinatawang ito na solusyong medikal, hindi militar ang tamang tugon Pinatutunayan na ng karanasan natin sa pandemya ng COVID na hindi sa pamumuno ng militar na matutugunan ang pandemya o anumang problema at krisis pangkalusugan. Muli, bumuboto ng no ang kinatawang ito sa panukalang batas ng House Bill number 8999. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Zarate. We now recognize Honorable Sara Elago via Zoom.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ngayon, higit kailanman, sa gitna ng COVID-19 pandemic, nasaksihan natin ang kahalagahan ng pagpapalakas ng sektor ng kalusugan at kabuuang public healthcare system, compassionate at competent leadership. Gayon din ang pagkakaroon ng scientific at rights-based approach sa pagresponde sa panahon ng emergency. Sa pagtugon sa public health emergency, kailangan ng solusyong medikal at mga eksperto na may kaalaman at karanasan sa pamumuno sa partikular na kalamidad ang dapat nasa harap ng laban. Gayon din ang kritikal na papel ng community empowerment sa panahon ng mga kalamidad. Ang mga pangunahing kakulangan at kakapusan sa mga ito ay hindi tinutugunan ng Medical Reserve Corps Bill. Una, ito ay malinaw na creeping militarization ng mga civilian agencies and institutions sa enlistment ng AFP para sa organization at structure ng MRC kahit pa mayroon ng existing bureaus sa Department of Health tulad ng Health Human Resource Development Bureau at Health Emergency Management Bureau at Emergency Medical Services. Mr. Speaker, ang pangalawang dahilan, pinapahintulutan rin ng Section 8 ang paglalabas ng deployment order sa mga licensed physicians, medical students at licensed allied health professionals sa ilalim ng state of war at lawless violence kahit pang Philippine Army ay may sarili ng medical corps. Pangatlo, sinusuportahan nito ang militaristikong tugon ng kasalukuyang administrasyon sa krisis pangkalusugan na nagdulot ngayon ng mabagal at palpak na kontrol sa pag-iwas sa pagkalat ng COVID-19. Pang-apat, inililihis nito papunta sa Medical Reserve Corps ang nararapat na funding para sa kalusugan. Imbis na sapilitang pagdagdag ng medical personnel sa ilalim ng MRC, dapat tugunan ang brain drain at kapusan ng humane work opportunities sa healthcare. Overworked at understaffed ang mga ospital at mga komunidad, hindi lang dahil kulang ng tao, kundi matagal ng hugely underfunded ang sektor ng kalusugan sa bansa. Kaya naman, dapat paunlarin at pagtibayin ang kabuang public health system, lalo na ang mental at lahat ng essential healthcare services upang mapataas ang kakayahan nito na tumugon sa mga sakuna, epidemya at iba pang public health emergencies. Panahon na upang maglaan ng 10% ng GDP para sa kalusugan at muling isabansa ang public healthcare system. Kailangan ng pondo para sa 14,000 na unfilled plantilla positions sa DOH, magdagdag ng budget para sa sapat na bilang ng mga human resources for health na may tamang kompensasyon at seguridad sa trabaho sa pagsisilbi sa kanilang mga pamayanan at para rin sa mga facilities at equipment batay sa pangangailangan ng bansa. Panahon na upang palakasin ang Health Human Resource Development Bureau, Emergency Management Bureaus at Emergency Medical Services sa ilalim ng DOH. Kailangan din paunlarin ang access at kalidad ng serbisyong kalusugan sa antas ng barangay, munisipyo, lungsod at mga lalawigan para sa mga surgical interventions, mga essential medical services upang pataasin ang mga kapasidad nitong makatugon sa panahon ng health emergency. Muli, nananawagan ng kabataan na tayo ay tumugon at magbigay diin sa mga solusyong medikal, hindi militar. Sa mga kadahilanan ito, ang boto ng kabataan ay no sa Medical Reserve Corps Bill.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Sara Elago. Before we proceed, the Secretariat informed us that we had the technical glitch in the recording of votes a while ago. So in view thereof, allow me to read the correct results of the voting of the said measures and let the records reflect the following votes. For House Bill number 8930, 8944, 8945, 8956, 8960, 8962, 8963, 8965, 8966, 8967, 8968, 8969, 8987, 8988, 8961, 9000, 9001, 9002, 9003, and 9005. The results are affirmative 179, negative 0, abstention 6. For House Bill 8996, 8997, 8958, 9008, 9009, 8955, and 8985, the results are for the affirmative 185, negative 0, abstention 0. For House Bill 8975, affirmative 184, 0 negative, and 1 abstention. House Bill 4950, 179 affirmative, 6 negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill number 8783, 189 affirmative, 0 negative, and 0 abstention. House Bill 8818, 186 affirmative, 6 negative, and 1 abstention. And for House Bill 8943, the results are 194 affirmative, 0 negative, and 0 abstention. May we ask the Secretary General to put on record? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the bills approved on third reading today be immediately transmitted to the Senate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I move to nominate and elect as Deputy Speaker the Honorable Marlene Len B. Alonte. I also move to nominate and elect as Deputy Majority Leader Vice the Honorable Marlene Len B. Alonte, as Deputy Majority Leader the Honorable Jesus Bong C. Sontay. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Congratulations to Congressman Sontay and to Congresswoman Alonte. Majority Leader. Hoy, pakain ka dyan. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are in receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of the House Bill number 8512 and Senate Bill number 2027, granting the President of the Philippines the power to defer the increases in contribution of the Social Security system for the duration of the state of calamity under Proclamation number 929. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move that we ratify the said bicameral conference committee report.
All those in favor for the ratification of the said report, say aye. All those not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. The said bicameral report is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of messages from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments the following House Bill. House Bill number 7332, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Mindanao Islamic Telephone Company Incorporated, presently known as Dito Telecommunity Corporation. House Bill number 7488, granting the city government of Davao a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio broadcasting station in Davao City. House Bill number 7615, granting Instant Data Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain telecommunication system throughout the Philippines. House Bill number 7616, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to the University of the Philippines System under Republic Act number 8160 to construct, establish, maintain, and operate for educational and other related purposes radio and television broadcasting station within the University of the Philippines and in other areas within the scope of its operations. House Bill number 8553, granting Palawan Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines. And House Bill number 8860, granting Highland Broadcasting Network Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, we have been advised that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the said House bills, as well as the respective authors thereof, has no objection to the amendments introduced thereto by the Senate. In accordance with our rules, may I put an omnibus motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bills number 7332, 7488, 7615, 7616, 8553, and 8860.
There is an omnibus motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 7332, 7488, 7615, 7616, 8553, and 8860. Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill numbers 1745, 2320, 4332, 8171, and 8924, creating the National Film Archive of the Philippines, from the Committee on Public Information to the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts and Committee on Public Information. House Bill number 86702, penalizing the dishonesty or untruthful declaration of any patent in times of public health emergency or pandemic, from the Defeat COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee to the Committee on Health. House Bill number 7718, prohibiting all forms of sexual exploitation of children, from the Committee on Welfare of Children to the Committee on Revision of Laws. House Bill number 7825, regulating access of minors to pornographic materials and obscene shows, from the Committee on Welfare of Children to the Committee on Revision of Laws. House Bill number 8597, providing an additional cash assistance program for Filipinos to aid in mitigating the effects of the current coronavirus pandemic, from the Committee on Social Services to the Committee on Economic Affairs and Social Services. And House Bill number 8628, providing for additional mechanisms to accelerate the recovery and bolster the resiliency of the Philippine economy, from the Committee on Economic Affairs to the Committees on Economic Affairs and Social Services.
There is a motion to refer the said bills to the said committees. Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with our rules, I move that we authorize all committees to conduct virtual meetings or virtual public hearings if deemed necessary during the House recess from March 26, 2021 to May 16, 2021.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, all committees are hereby authorized to conduct meetings on public hearings from March 26 to May 16. Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for an additional reference of business. Could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as committee reports and communications? So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill number 9141, renaming the Laboyo Bridge in Barangay Lonoy, Calbayog City, Samar as Mayor Ronaldo P. Aquino Bridge by Representative Sarmiento.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill Number 9146, granting Philippine citizenship to Daniel Hongju by Representative Angara.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill Number 9148, renewing the franchise of Continental Telecommunication Systems Incorporated by Representative Agarao.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchise.
House Bill Number 9149, appropriating the sum of 54 billion and 600 million pesos as supplemental budget for the Pension and Gratuity Fund by Representatives Velasco, Romualdez Ferdinand, Yap Eric, and Paduano.
The Committee on Appropriations.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1672, urging the proper committee to investigate the need to provide our fire officers, volunteers with the proper equipment and training for them to be more effectively perform their duties and responsibilities by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1673, directing the appropriate committee to inquire on the implementation of the rice tariffication law, particularly on the utilization and allocations of Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, and on addressing the harmful, fraudulent, and abusive practices related thereto, by Representative Vergara.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1674, urging the Committee on Justice to condemn and investigate the harassment and red tagging of Mandaluyong RTC Judge 209 Judge Monique Kisumbing Ignacio by Representatives Zarate, Culyamat, Gaite, Brosas, Castro France, and Elago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1675, urging the Committee on National Defense and Security to condemn and investigate the presence of more than 200 Chinese vessels in Julian Felipe Reef by Representatives Zarate, Gaite, Culyamat, Castro France, Brosas, and Elago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1676, urging the Committee on Labor and Employment to investigate the performance of the DOLE and NPWC and its tripartite regional wage boards in the light of the demand of the workers for a national minimum wage, especially amid the pandemic, by Representatives Gaite, Zarate, Culyamat, Castro France, Brosas, and Elago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1678, urging the Committees on Good Government and Public Accountability and Agriculture and Food to inquire on the food security crisis brought by the outbreak of the African swine fever and to look into the government's adoption of policy solutions contingent on importation by Representatives Velasco and Verga and Naglipay.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Report number 895 of the Committee on Public Works and Highways on House Bill number 9145. Report number 896 of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development on House Resolution 1677. Report number 897 of the Committees on Ecology and Ways and Means on House Bill number 9147. Report number 898 of the Committees on Health and Information and Communications Technology on House Resolution 1680.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution 1680 as embodied in Committee Report 898. Could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said resolution? So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General.
House Resolution 1680, resolution urging the COVID-19 Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases to establish a unified national contact tracing protocol for a more effective health emergency data monitoring system, and to designate a government agency or body to serve as the central repository of a unified contact tracing information and database that strictly comply with Republic Act number 10173 or Data Privacy Act of 2012.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1680. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor to adopt House Resolution 1680 say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1680 is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, With leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Eupemia Kuliamat o Bayan Muna Party List to avail of the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kolyamat is recognized via Zoom.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang tanghali, no? Magandang tanghali, Mr. Speaker, at sa lahat ng mga kapwa ko mamabatas na nasa plenaryo at maging ang sa Zoom. Magandang tanghali ulit. Ang pamagat po ng aking privilege speech, Mr. Speaker, ay itigil ang atake sa mga tagapagtanggol ng karapatang pantao. Ginoong Speaker, noong Marso 21, may isa na naman akong kababayang ginawan ng karahasan ng Estado. Halos magbubukang liwayway, alas 5 ng umaga, nang magsagawa ng pinagsamang operasyon ang militar at pulis sa barangay Lapasan, Cagayan de Oro para arestuhin si Binibining Rinalyn Tejero dahil sa mga gawa-gawang kaso sa kanya na hindi niya ginawa. Ginoong Speaker, isa na naman itong pangyayari ng gawa-gawang kaso. Sa unang mga oras ay hindi namin malaman ng kanyang mga kaanak kung saan siya dinala ng kapulisan at militar. Pagkatapos ay nabalitaan, dinala pala siya sa kustodiya ng pulis sa Police Regional Office 13 at dinala sa headquarter ng Camp Coronel San Rafael Rodriguez sa Butuan City. Si Rinalyn ay isang batang edad na 25, ay isang kilalang human rights worker sa rehiyon ng Caraga. Mataas ang kanyang dedikasyon sa kanyang gawain bilang isang human rights worker. Kabilang sa kanyang trabaho, ang buong tapang na pagharap sa kaliwat kanang harassment at red tagging. Pasinop din niyang sinusubaybayan at inaasikaso ang mga bilanggong politikal at ang mga nakaranas sa karahasan sa aming rehiyon. Ginoong Speaker, si Rinalyn ay isang lumad manubo at graduate siya sa Alternative Learning Center for Agricultural and Livelihood Development, kung ALCADEV, noong 2013. Kumuha siya ng kurso ng bachelor's degree in sociology sa Caraga State University. Maging chairperson din siya sa Student Christian Movement of the Philippines sa CSU chapter at naging parte din siya ng student leader bilang senator sa kanilang council. Noong gumraduate siya sa taong 2018, naging isa siyang full-time human rights worker bilang paralegal ng Karapatan Caraga. Ginoong Speaker, hindi kriminal at lalong hindi terorista si Rinalyn. Walang batayan ang mga kasong ibinibintang laban sa kanya. Ito ay gawa-gawa lamang para takutin siya at patahimikin para gambalahin ang pagpapatuloy niya sa kanyang trabaho bilang isang human rights worker. Bago pa siya inaresto, si Rinalyn ay biktima ng walang pakundangang red tagging ng Estado sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte dahil siya ay graduate ng ALCADEV at dahil siya ay human rights worker. Si Rinalyn ay isang biktima din ng samot-saring black propaganda sa Facebook at tarpaulins na nakakabit sa iba't ibang lugar sa Caraga. Maging ang inyong lingkod ay kasama rin sa mga naglipa ng tarpaulin na nag-akusa sa akin bilang isang miyembro ng NPA, kasama pa ang maraming mga progresibong leader at aktivista sa aming rehiyon. Ginoong Speaker, si Rinalyn ay isang paralegal na karapatan ay dagdag na bilang sa mga human rights defenders na nakapiit ngayon dahil sa gawa-gawang kaso. Noong Marso City, isang paralegal din ng karapatan, si Nimpa Lanzanas, ang hinuli noong naganap na Bloody Sunday sa Southern Tagalog. Napakaraming human rights worker and defenders na ang siyang kinulong ngayon at sinampahan ng gawa-gawang kaso. Ang pag-arestong ito sa gitna ng tumitinding red tagging at attack ng Estado sa pangunguna ng NTF-ELCAC ay dapat kundinahin ng mamamayan at imbestigahan ng Kongreso. Ginoong Speaker, labanan natin ang sumisidhing mga atake ng Estado at ng pilit na pagpapatahimik sa mga katutubo, kritiko, progresibong organisasyon at iba pang individual na nagpapahayag ng mga kamalian sa sistema. Tuligsain ang red tagging, mga illegal na pag-aresto at pagpaslang. Palayain si Rinalyn Tejero, palayain ang mga bilanggong politikal. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ulit magandang tanghali sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the privileged speech of Congresswoman Kolyama to the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to recognize Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda to avail of the privileged hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Legarda is recognized via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues, I would like to acknowledge the message of our colleague from the party list, Congresswoman Euphemia Kolyamat, and I join her on Women's Month on this day as well, on her concern of the women, especially in the rural areas, that whatever she said that I so felt and heard, this must be addressed by the authorities. But I speak also in observance of National Women's Month as we draw to a close, not just our session, but this month, after 1 year of the pandemic, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege to draw special attention to the country's potential in leading the global effort to achieve gender equality and women economic empowerment. The Philippines has been consistently in the top 10 out of 153 countries in the gender equality rankings since the World Economic Forum launched its annual Global Gender Gap Report way back in 2006 until 2018. However, in the 2020 report findings of the WEF, the Philippines rank has dropped 8 notches, falling from out of the top 10 from 8th in 2018 to 16th in 2020. Despite the slip, this is still something to be proud of, given that we are the best performing country in Asia for closing the gender gap, followed by Laos at rank 43. The Geneva-based organization measures the annual gender gap index in 4 key areas: economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. The Philippines has closed 78% of our overall gender gap, showing good performances in 3 out of 4 key areas. The report showed that we have closed 80% of our labor force gap, with women outnumbering men in senior and leadership roles, as well as in professional and technical professions. Whereas we've closed gender gaps in both educational attainment and health and survival. There is, however, a considerable widening of the political empowerment gap, which is attributed to the low female representation in Philippine Congress and in the cabinet. Such reports should serve as a challenge for us to further strengthen our women empowerment measures and initiatives. We've already passed landmark laws on women's rights and empowerment. In my 3 terms in the Senate and in my 1 year and a half in the House of Representatives, we've either authored, co-authored, sponsored, and supported pro-women legislation. From 1998, the Anti-Violence Against Women and Children Act, the Magna Carta of Women, Anti-Child Labor Law, the passage of the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act and its expanded version, the first anti-trafficking law in Southeast Asia. Despite our effort to eliminate various forms of violence, discrimination, and abuse among women, it is still alarming to know that based on the 2017 National Demographic and Health Survey of the Philippine Statistics Authority, 1 in 4 Filipino women aged 15 to 49 has experienced physical, emotional, and sexual violence from their husband or partner, and most of them chose to stay silent primarily because they themselves rely on the financial, economic support of their husbands, partners, parents, or other relatives. It is time for us to provide more economic opportunities and opportunities in education, in the workplace, in rural development, in governance and leadership roles. We must also give equal importance in providing women better access and control over economic resources that they need to be empowered economically. Let us give them the financial independence and confidence to generate their own income. Let us empower women to make use of their skills and talents by providing the viable income alternatives, trainings, opportunities for startups for those who want to be micro-entrepreneurs. In my effort to promote the important role that our women play in pursuing economic development, I collaborated with the UN Women We Empower Asia Philippines in the conduct of a dialogue with different women organizations to provide a venue for them to share their respective dynamics, programs, and challenges. And through this dialogue, we were able to understand more their concerns and find ways to provide support and assistance in order for them to flourish and to thrive. Their persistence and their resourcefulness gave me hope that by bringing government programs closer, such as the Integrated Livelihood and Emergency Employment Program of the DOLE, closer to them, we will be able to provide long-term solutions to help alleviate poverty in the areas they serve, while giving members of the organizations the opportunity to maximize their capabilities and to achieve their full potential. For this month, we also dedicated episodes of our online webinar, Stories for a Better Normal, to women in different sectors and highlight their contribution to economic development, to reducing disaster risk, to adapting to climate change, agricultural sustainable development, and the national pandemic recovery. In fact, in one of the webinars, Filipina coffee enthusiasts discuss the state of the local coffee industry, challenges and opportunities amid the pandemic, and in the Philippines, where agriculture is mostly dominated by men and only 16% are women, based on statistics of the PSA, we have to increase the appreciation and support for women coffee producers, women agripreneurs and agriculturists who continuously uplift our agriculture industry, and in this case, pertaining to coffee. And it is inspiring to see our female coffee farmers and all our women in the agriculture sector also perform labor-intensive tasks like the men do, but they're usually deprived with the same assistance, income, and salary. So I am hoping that through our humble initiatives, we are able to give women the platform to share their accomplishments, challenges, even grievances. Women in the agriculture sector should be given equal access to education, agricultural training, perhaps through the ATI, tools and technologies through the DTI SSF Dole Pangkabuhayan, the OST CES programs, credit and financing markets through the DA, ACPC, and many others, and legal rights to help them improve even their decision-making skills. One of our sustainable development goals, or the SDGs, is to end hunger and malnutrition. I believe that women's participation in agriculture and rural development can be a way to further advance the campaign against hunger and better nutrition for all. In another webinar, we invited women champions of resilience to put a spotlight in the innovative work of women in building disaster-resilient communities. As a United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Global Champion for Resilience, I am grateful to know that more women are now treading the path of climate action locally, resilience, and sustainable development. We recall Petra Kelly, a founding member of the German Green Party, and she said, and I quote, that while men's revolutions have often been about dying for a cause, feminist conceived transformation is about daring to live for a cause, unquote. We know women have the ability to lead our communities towards resilience. When we empower women to ensure that they're able to adapt to climate and disaster risks and be leaders and active communicators in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation measures, we not only prevent them from becoming victims of disasters, but we're also enabling them to be champions of resilience. We must design adaptation programs specifically for women in food security. We must invest in gender-sensitive green technologies. We must empower women in disaster risk reduction efforts locally. We must ensure that women and girls have access to clean water and renewable energy. We must provide basic health opportunities and harness the strength of women in reducing our social vulnerability. I also encourage more women to help preserve our culture and our tradition by engaging in culture-based livelihoods, which we have long advocated, such as weaving, crafts making, using our resources that are abundant in the respective areas and districts. We just had a webinar with DV Savellano a few hours ago on the use of bamboo and many other resources in our respective districts, abaca, coconut, buri, baril, and other raw materials. So we've been supporting women entrepreneurs, especially those who uphold micro-enterprises, culture, and tradition. We have also supported the Test the Women Center, which trains women in entrepreneurship and livelihood skills. We hope that more Test the Centers all over the country would do so. We also have the Schools of Living Tradition under the NCCA, the National Commission on Culture, which makes sure that a community's art and indigenous practices are protected and conserved. And almost 9 years ago, we launched the Hibla Pavilion of Textiles and Weaves of the Philippines, which opened the doors of opportunities to weaving communities and SLTs to showcase the indigenous products and weaving tradition, mostly of women. Again, in recognition of the vital role of our micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, in economic growth and poverty alleviation, we have bridged our MSMEs to the national and even global market by giving them the opportunity to participate in our national arts and crafts fairs of the DTI and even the harvest fairs of the DOT. In promoting and supporting MSMEs and culture-related enterprises like weaving, natural dye, and crafts making, which many of our women in the rural areas and indigenous cultural communities actually do, we will be able to make traditional industries economically viable while also preserving our tangible and intangible heritage and boosting local or domestic tourism and strengthening our domestic trade. Again, as author and sponsor of the Laws on Livelihood Assistance, the Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, and the Barangay Kabuhayan and Skills Training Act implemented by DTI on the first law and TESDA on the second law I mentioned, we further encourage Filipino women to avail of these national programs under DTI, the Shared Services Facilities, under DSWD, the Sustainable Livelihood Program, under DOST, the Community Empowerment CEST Program, under DOLE, Pangkabuhayan, and many others, so that women can finally have the financial independence. This is also what I emphasized in my message of commitment that I delivered at the 65th session of the UN Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 65 side event yesterday, UNESCO, where we talked about unpaid care and domestic work. For the longest time, Mr. Speaker, we have taken for granted care and domestic work, usually done out of parental, filial, family love, generously given and considered part of our duties to our families, to our communities, and in partnership again with UN Women and the Philippine Commission of Women and partner organizations, we've committed to work on programs and measures that will begin to put long-deserved value to these labors and ensure recognition, reduction, redistribution, rewarding, and representation within the national and local policy making and budgeting sphere. Lastly, to ensure that our country goes beyond the ranking prestige brought about by the Global Gender Gap Report, and that we remain steadfast in our commitment to maintain gender equality and to promote women economic empowerment, I filed a resolution calling for the conduct of a legislative inquiry into the implementation of pertinent women-related laws and policies all these years, if not decades, in line with the updated Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022. This is to further promote and safeguard the equitable economic opportunities, rights, and benefits for women in the vulnerable basic sectors, the barangay micro-business enterprises, the micro and small enterprises, social enterprises, associations, movements, and cooperatives. Let us champion equality and inclusivity in our society's decision-making processes, not only during this month, Women's Month. Let us continue to provide women the needed support to have the confidence and the wherewithal to lead and be at the forefront of efforts to improve Filipino communities and pursue sustainable initiatives that will contribute decisive actions towards the nation's sustainable and equitable progress and development. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleagues for their patience and for joining me in our shared advocacy. As we say in Antique, durugid nga salamat, palangga ko kamo.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I wish to recognize Congresswoman Sara Elago from the Kabataan Party List for her manifestation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Sara Lago is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to manifest the support of this youth representation to the call of Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda and Representative Euphemia Colyamat to address the serious issues surrounding human rights defenders and women's empowerment advocates beyond the observance of the National Women's Month this March. Now more than ever, we need more women's voices in addressing the heightened inequalities and compounded impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic has on women and girls. Women must be empowered and supported in becoming strong political leaders. We must work together to support women and to increase the possibilities of them in various sectors, leading and garnering more victories with and alongside the marginalized and underrepresented sectors. We also have to continue looking after each other so we can continue working together to advance the women's agenda. Having more women who are speaking up for women and making change for women means better representation. So we must eliminate barriers women face in effective and meaningful political participation. We can also build partnerships with women's organizations in the grassroots and online communities to support women's empowerment and well-being. There can also be targeted provision of scholarship and professional development for women and girls in the community. We must also step up efforts to combat gender-based discrimination and sexist behaviors, especially in the workplace at present, because all these are discouraging the next generation of women who could also be vulnerable to harassment, threats, or political persecution in the future. We must work together to protect our women workers and leaders from multiple forms of discrimination, sexism, and misogyny, and ensure that we're able to fulfill our mandate or work effectively without fear of reprisal. Katulad po ng naibahagi ni Representative Colyamat hinggil kay Renalyn Tejero, ang 25 years old na babaeng human rights worker na nakararanas ng panggigipit at panunupil ng dahil sa kanyang trabaho para sa pagtatanggol ng karapatan. We join Representative Colyamat in the call for the immediate release and the junking of trump-up charges against Renalyn Tejero and all political prisoners. Itaguyod natin ang karapatan, ang katarungan at proteksyon ng kalikasan sa ating bayan. Ngayon po, sobra na kinakailangan na sa harap ng patong-patong sa krisis, mauuna at mananaig ang ating pagkakaisa. Kaya nagpapasalamat tayo sa lahat ng affirmative actions na naibahagi rin ni Deputy Speaker Lorna Legarda, ni Rep. Colyamat at ng ating colleagues dito sa loob ng Kongreso na ipauna ang paglalagay sa puso ng plano at ng aksyon ang mga karapatang pantao. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable D.S. Lauren Legarda to the Committee on Rules. So move, Madam Speaker.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session is resumed. Session is adjourned until May 17, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.